This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to a more pleasant but still overcast day here in Djuma Private Game Reserve. We're just scanning the horizon because it's winter, and we actually spotted an elephant. This is the most beautiful thing about winter. You can see for miles. So we're going to be coming to you live from many different locations today, not just Djuma Private Game Reserve. So get ready, everyone. It's that time of day for your live bumble through the African wild. Welcome aboard, everyone. There's nothing like starting your afternoon safari on top of a termite mound. I think I can see the elephant that Davy spotted, but don't worry, he's absolutely miles away, but we're going to slowly head round. And being up at a vantage point makes such a difference. You really can see for miles. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lauren, and I do have Davy behind the camera this afternoon. And that's going to be the start of our afternoon. We are going to go and look for that elephant. And then it's my last drive for a while. I would really like to see a leopard. Number one, I would like to see a hyena, to be honest with you, but I have a funny feeling it's not going to happen. So I'll just be looking for everyone and anything. But as we scan this beautiful skyline, this horizon that just stretches for miles, let me all just remind you that we're live and interactive. So please do talk to us. You can send in your comments and questions. Has Davy got the elephant? Have you got him? Well done, Doves. That's how far you can see, everyone, and that's the elephant that we're going to try and find for you all. But please do send in all your comments and questions. We love them. We need them. Using the hashtag WildEarth on Twitter. Or you can use @FC on the YouTube chat. Or if you don't like those options, you can head over to the WildEarth website. And as long as you've registered, you can submit your questions under the live safari page. What a wonderful long-distance visual. This you will not get in summer. Not even close to getting anything like this in summer. And although it's cold, that is why winter is so fantastic. I think I'm going to come down here because we've got an elephant to go and find. As I make my way back to the car, kids, you are watching. It's a Sunday after all. Please do talk to us. You send in your comments and questions, whatever you want to know about the environment out here, via email. The email address is kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. Okay. I wonder if we'll be able to find him. I'm going to spend a little bit of time at Treehouse Dam. I mean, it was where I saw Tlalamba after all. Does that mean she will still be there? Most likely not. But I'm still going to spend some time there, searching around. Okay. You could even spot a leopard from here. Maybe not on the ground, but definitely up the tree. If they had a kill, you could definitely spot it. Okay, as I drive around and search for this elephant, let's take a look at the weather across all our locations.
Good afternoon everybody. Welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve this afternoon, where the sun is actually, the weather's promising. It did actually promise a little bit of a open sky, some part of the sky where we think it's actually going to be better. And then we're going to look around the termite mound in case if we could maybe come across any other cats posing on top of the mound. So my name is Andrew, and on camera I have BK. So it's actually an ideal, if you look around this termite mound, is that sometimes maybe a cat posing on top of this termite mound, where they're actually made by the termite itself. But I think they didn't know it actually will be used for any purpose in terms of a cat using them. So they create this is their home, and they're in there. When you look at this very prehensile one there, you can see some of the white calcium. I think bird was sitting in there during the time they were possibly feeding on these termites when the chamber is opened there, but doesn't look like really open, probably a while ago. But this one, it's pretty much active termite mound. You can see the rebuilding up some of the mound when they're older. So many holes that you see, but maybe those one, nobody there, they're not active anymore. Some covered with grass, but they're still active. So they can get very old. So they've been rebuilt up every year during the rain, when it's soft soil, when it's wet, and they come out, open the chamber for a cooling off system underneath. Where deep down there it can be anything for about 2 meters sometimes down, or more than. In that case, when it closed that chamber, so then they prevent the cold. So the temperature is all controlled during the winter, except when there is a summer where then it's far too hot. And this chimney depend on the direction sometimes, where the wind we're more likely to receive wind from the south to the north, and some of these chimney would be positioned towards the south, some of them would be positioned towards the north. So it's actually aimed for the wind direction. If it ever wind come from the north, they're still okay, they still receive temperature blowing through this chimney. To create the mound, they use their saliva, which, of course, that's what they use. And down there, they sweat, and that's how they receive moisture on their body. Then they you won't ever see them drink water at all. The moisture make them survive, make them have water on their body. That they would use this water again when they deposit the sand from underneath up to the top, but they work as a team. So my aim for this afternoon, I'm actually going to go back to the area where the last tracks of that Dagman has crossed to the west, and then in case they come back to Djuma again, you never know, maybe it's been a long day for him to move around. Maybe never stop moving, calling for the rest of the bride. So let's continue to do that. In the meantime, let's go across to Trico to say hello to everybody.
Okay, good afternoon everybody, and welcome to andBeyond in Ngala. So, as you can see, we're right here in the thickets here. We're trying to relocate a leopard that we had this morning. My name is Trico, and behind the camera I have Renek with me. So we left the leopard somewhere around here, and we're just hoping that maybe we could relocate on here. So what happened was she had a leopard carcass just behind us, and hyenas, about 9-10 hyenas stole it from her. So we're just going to go through here and see if maybe we can find her. All right, just watch your heads here. And this particular leopard that we're looking for, she is a very young leopard, about 2 years old. But while we're still busy looking for this particular leopard, I'm going to send you over to Steve to say hello.
Good afternoon and welcome on board the Bushwalk, coming to you live here from Eco Training Pridelands. Hello everybody, I'm in the bush. My name is Steve, joined by Gert on camera, and we are very excited to have you with us on board this afternoon. And what we're going to do on this overcast and gloomy day is talk about plant medicine. So I hope you're excited. First of all, we need to identify the trees. And what tree do I have here in front of me? You'll be able to notice the leaves over here. Here is an entire leaf. So it's a compound leaf. There is the growing point. So it's divided once, and then it breaks up into two. This plant has been eaten by some insects. That's probably not the best example. I can smell stink bugs all over the place. Here we go. Here is the entire leaf. So it's got pears, and it ends with two terminal leaves. So this entire thing here is a leaf. It is once divided. Very nice tree that often grows on termite mounds. Very good access to the water table. Very good access to the water, of course, and provides good habitat and all sorts of medicine. So I wonder if any of you are able to identify this tree for us. Send through your answers to #WildEarth or throw it in on the YouTube chat stream. But as we go in and have a look at this tree, we could take some of the bark off of this tree, sometimes the roots as well. And they're very nicely used as a tonic, an all-purpose tonic. Can also be ingested through drinking, of course, for heartburn, dyspepsia, which is also a little bit of sort of indigestion. And those of you who've had a bit of a rough weekend, a tree that's very well used for hangovers. So we'll wait to hear back from you to see what tree you've identified.
We've managed to catch up with the bull, the big bull. Sorry. It's very entertaining how he's got his back legs. There are other elephants around, though. He's not completely alone. Or he's following a herd, but there definitely are other elephants. I'm not able to see if they're bulls or if they're females. And he's just thoroughly enjoying a snack, a bush snack. You see him pulling out the bits he doesn't want and resting it on his trunk. Oh no, he does want them. Okay, he does want them. That's quite a good resting place, so I'm not going to lie. But I think he's making lots of noise. He's crunching these branches. So let's just sit for a moment or two and listen to all the sounds this bull elephant is making. Isn't it lovely? I think we're just going to sit here and watch this bull a little bit longer. We caught up with our elephant. And he's really into this vegetation here. Don't quite know what he's after. He's been snacking, he's been digging, he's been kicking. You see the sand has been sort of stirred up under his feet. And that's why the drongos are following him, that's for sure. What's he doing? What are you after, boy? There are other elephants. I can't tell if it's a smaller bull or a female because it's behind the vegetation, but he's not alone. Ah, this is a herd. I can see lots of elephants. This one's dust bathing. I wonder if I could go forward a little bit. It's a little bit more exciting than a bum shot. It's thrown dust all over itself, or at least it was. Now this is said to protect their skin, actually, from the sun. It's sort of their way of protecting themselves from the UV rays. But it's also if you've got anything on your skin or anything attached to them, it's said to sort of dislodge anything that may be there. And I also think it feels good. I think it feels great. They've got incredibly dry skin. And I think to throw dust and mud all over your skin just feels great. Okay. You're not happy with that tree, are you? Cameron, the sort of average figure, and I say average because it does differ across the board depending on so many factors, external factors, but the average is said to be between 60 and 70 even for a male. Males obviously battle a lot, and in a lot of species it's said to sort of shorten their lifespan. But with elephants, they sort of do become a lot more gentle. That's why we call it the gentleman phase. They do calm down after their boyish, aggressive years. So it is said to be between 60 and 70, but that is on average. There will be elephants that die a lot younger than that, and there will be elephants that live for longer than that. I just love listening to the sounds of an elephant. I guess they're not getting any dust up their nose. I guess it's not going sort of up to the top of the nasal area where it makes us... Oh, that lilac breasted roller just dived in. wonder if it got anything. It's obviously in the tubes, we call them turbinals. It is obviously not going right up to the top where the nose joins onto the head and makes them sneeze. They obviously just hold it in the trunk and then blow it all out again. I have heard elephants sneeze, though. Asian elephants. I've not actually heard an African elephant sneeze, but they can sneeze. It gives you such a fright as well if you're not expecting it. It's not the quietest of sneezes, I'm sure you can imagine. You just really want to dig this tree out the ground, don't you? Look at the difference in his tusks. He's right-handed. He's got a lilac-breasted roller, a drongo, and a starline. All at his feet. Now everybody's appearing. Hello, guys. This bull's not going to give up until he's got whatever it is he's after. Hello, little one. This other one, I think it's a young male. You were also very interested there, weren't you? What a lovely sighting this has been. We're going to sit here a little bit longer and see if this bull gets what he's after. It's been a very chilly winter here in the southern hemisphere, but now it's starting to heat up. The sun is rising a little earlier, which means, of course, the animals are too. From the 17th of August, the WildEarth team will be venturing out as the dawn chorus begins, as the sunrise safari will be starting half an hour earlier. Lock those times into your diary and set those alarms to make sure you don't miss out on your safari through the African bush.
Being nominated to the top 5 and finally being here, for me, it's an achievement. Tracks, I believe I did quite well, and the walk.
And sometimes you often drag their feet forward.
The storytelling as well. So yeah, I think that's where I see my strongest point.
And then, that was the opportunity of the scraping.
I say the bedding and the call, definitely, for me. It was quite a big challenge. Guiding is not all about the award that we have had, but in sharing the experience and continue to do what we have passion and love.
Something very, very interesting. I didn't plan this, but this is a scene rarely seen. This is what we call a journey of giraffe. So beautiful.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week, we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how WildEarth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
Welcome back, everybody, and I wonder if any of you have managed to identify the tree in question. The tree in question stands in front of me now. I've managed to get a bit of view, as I was quite ensconced in the bush there before. Compound leaf, once divided with a pear at the end. A very nice tree that the elephants obviously use after having a party. After having a party, they get hangovers. Annalie, it is not a knobthorn. Not a knobthorn. Knobthorns have got a very similar leaf, I'm going to be honest with you. But knobthorns have got thorns on the stems as well, where this one has no thorns. But the leaf shape is actually very similar. I shall find a knobthorn branch for you just now. But the leaves themselves for, as you can see, I've got some stuck up my nose to help me remember. Epistaxis. Nigel, you've got it. Nigel has got the weeping boer bean. The flowers actually weep resin, or should I say nectar, and that just weeps down. In Afrikaans, it's called the heel boerboon, so the weeping farmer bean. And the flowers themselves actually weep nectar. By burning these leaves, you can actually inhale the smoke to assist in nosebleeds, which is what I was attempting to do without a lighter. And the bark itself, we spoke before, it's good for hangovers, a general all-body tonic. It's also good for dysentery and diarrhea, which I suppose sometimes comes after having a little bit too much of a party when you've got that hangover. So the tree itself has got many, many uses, specifically the bark. The leaves and the powder of the leaves can be used to treat topical ulcers on the skin, and a bark decoction has also been used for treating body swellings. If you've had a very, very long week, I suppose this tree will come in very, very handy. But dyspepsia and heartburn are something I think many people struggle with. So a decoction of the bark is quite useful for that. It can be quite uncomfortable, the indigestion and the body just sort of fighting what's gone in. So we wonder if elephants choose the tree to feed on for that purpose. You don't generally see too much browsing of this tree from animals. As you can see, it's got a lot of green leaves on it at the moment, which is indication of its ability to access water right now. Any tree that has no leaves has essentially gone dormant for the winter. It has no water. Otherwise, it's pumping no water, and the leaves are going to cause it harm. So a lovely tree, not a classic example of the boer bean, because we often see these big mushroom-like shapes on top of termite mounds, but the leaf gives it away. Okay, well, we're going to climb down from my high horse here, and we're going to send you over to Trish.
Welcome everyone to Cozy Bay in Cape Town. We're on the other side of Cozy Bay now, not the usual sandy place that we usually come to you from, and we have this awesome view of the glorious seals, the rocks, the ocean, the kelp. It's wonderful. And sorry, that was me. Yes, it's me, Trishala, Jandre on camera as usual this afternoon, and we're just enjoying watching the kelp sway in this way. Just imagine all the vuvuzelas you could be making with this kelp. One should not cut live kelp for the sake of vuvuzelas, though. Try to only use the kelp that's washed up. because they have such ecological importance. Now you can see the tops are right on the surface. Usually when it's low tide, you can see the fronds clearly like this. When it's higher, they're usually covered with maybe one or two poking out as the sea ebbs and flows. See how easily it moves in the water. Like a gorgeous head of hair. You can also see that it's quite expansive. So I've told you that kelp creates shelter for lots of animals to exist in otherwise rough conditions. And the kelp takes the beating of the current. But you can see that it's not just a small bit. It's very expansive, and there's many of them along the coast here. Which means that it really does affect how sheltered species can be. It's not just one little patch. Beautiful. Well, there are a lot of things we want to talk about today. Definitely going to talk about kelp, going to talk about seals, all this intertidal stuff if we can get to it. But we're going to send you over to Lauren for now.
Everyone's coming out to say goodbye to me. Oh, don't leave. We had such a nice view of you, Mr. Giraffe. The elephants are heading to Treehouse Dam. We are going to hang around for them for a bit, and Treehouse Dam just happened to be where I wanted to be anyway. Okay, let's see if we can go forward. We'll need to check our rock monitor isn't hanging out of his little hidey hole as we drive past. Oh, Giraffe, you really are just the most magnificent things. And just think, I wasn't that tall, really, on that small termite mound at the start. And definitely a lot taller than I am now, but it gave me such a different perspective. And giraffes really, really can see far. Their behavior will alert you that something is not right. They do have predators. Lions will try to take giraffes down. It's not the most easiest of missions, but they absolutely will. So they don't necessarily alarm call like impala do, but they will react when there's a predator in the vicinity. But this giraffe is not going to play ball, I think, are you? No, there's far too much delicious vegetation to be had. I was trying to see if I could get a comparison for you of a giraffe track and an elephant track, but I can't see them together. Oh, there we go, Doc. I do wish there was a bit more ambient light, but it's definitely more than we had this morning. Virginia, you're jealous of the eyelashes. I know. I know. Giraffes and elephants, actually, but giraffes are definitely more feminine. They curl upwards. And it just reiterates the actual function of having eyelashes, even as humans, is to protect the eyes. But naturally, they've become a thing of beauty. We curl them, we paint them, we even fake them. We dye them. But they are just there to protect the eyes. And of course, when you're a giraffe or an elephant and you're constantly sticking your head in all sorts of vegetation, dust and dusty, arid environments, you've got to protect your eyes somehow. And just like elephants, I like to watch them eat, especially when they're relaxed. They always look like they're enjoying the vegetation so much. It makes me want to eat leaves. I have tried. I did cook the team buffalo thorn leaves. I fried them up, but it wasn't a winner. I don't recommend it. It's a traditional dish in Maldives, not with buffalo thorn leaves, but you fry up the leaves, and it is so delicious, but it didn't quite work. You don't need to fry anything, do you? Excuse me. I saw the dust from the dust bathing getting up my nose. But another lovely sighting. We are going to head to Treehouse Dam now and see if we get lucky down there.
Nice day for elephants. Nice day for plants too, I suppose, because they don't move. And you should all know what this one is. This is blown off with the wind that we've had. It's the flowers of our knobthorn. Very, very pretty. Now, we ate one of these the other day, and it was actually quite tasty, but looking at it now, there's a number of little insects in there. So I don't know if I'm going to eat too much of it, but I might eat a little bit. About just that little bit over there. I think it needs to be put in the mouth. It's like cotton candy. Would you like some, Gad? Just watch out for insects. There are some in there. You know what the giraffe are feeding on? Lauren is envious of the eyelashes. And everybody's envious of their long neck to be able to get to these. You find the vervet monkeys and the baboons also climbing trees right now. It's actually quite delicious. I wouldn't say delicious, like cotton candy without the flavor. You agree?
Without sugar.
So, what's the sugar-free candy floss? No artificial sweeteners, no artificial flavors, but the pollen, actually not that evident, but lots and lots of pollen on there. These are all being pollinated at the moment with bees. Some people say giraffe do all the pollination. There's some of the insects I was talking about. Don't even know what that is. I can hear bees above me. Oh, that's little insects having a bit of a mating session. Goodness me. I found my flower and I found my girlfriend at the same time. Definitely happy days for these little fellows. And soon these will turn into lovely acacia pods to become baby little knobthorns.
Good afternoon, everybody, and a warm welcome to andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve, where we have found some vultures on top of a tree. And this afternoon, once again, we have our very special guest, Barbara, who is a holder of the Ticket to Dream. My name is Grant, and behind the camera we have Glenn. And yeah, we've started with these vultures because we've decided to come back into the area where we saw those lions, that amazing lion sighting this morning. And yeah, I think, Barbara, are you quite keen to go and see what's happened throughout the day? I mean, it's been quite a cool day, a lot of cloud cover, so there's a chance that there's been some action here.
Yeah, I would love to go back and see where things stand and see if the lions are still on the kill or if they've moved off of it and the vultures have started to move in. So
yeah, excellent.
Great idea.
Excellent. So what you didn't see is as we were leaving this morning on our way back to the lodge, the other male lion made an appearance. We bumped into him on our way out of the sighting, but unfortunately going in the opposite direction or in the wrong direction from the rest of the lions. So, and he was vocalizing, he was calling, trying to find the rest of the pride. So there is a chance that he's joined the sighting. So we thought we'd start from afar, and we saw these vultures coming down to land, and so we thought we'd come and have a look here. Maybe he's lying here. But we are still a little bit of a distance away from where the rest of the pride was. So while we investigate here and maybe go towards where the rest of the lions are, I'm going to send you across to Lauren.
Treehouse Dam was the right place to come. We got some drinking, some bathing, some feeding. Oh. We've actually come to the other side of the dam. We're on the western side. So we've got a low angle. There's so many elephants. I could not have asked for anything more right now. There's two little ones there, Dov, here. I don't know if you're able to see them. They are hiding, but there's two tiny ones. There's that big bull that's just arrived behind them. He's a big boy. The chongos are also taking baths. The lapwings are here. You know what? I'm just going to be quiet for a moment or two to let you guys and myself just enjoy this.
Your vehicle getting on to Talker.
Okay, isn't this just so wonderful? I'm going to sit here for a few moments longer.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to a crime scene. Now, we know what happened here a few weeks ago. There was a female leopard that killed a young female impala, and actually hoisted it up a knobthorn of all places. So we found the impala on the floor, and then the female eventually hoisted it up the tree. And here is the jawbone of the impala. You can see the teeth. They are nothing like that of the warthog. We've seen warthog teeth are very, very flat. Giraffe teeth are very sort of diamond shape. And your mixed feeders have got this in-between stage for assisting in grinding both grasses as well as leaves. So it's only one part of the jawbone, but you see how most of it's been broken, all these bones being cracked open. I don't know if the leopard was able to break this or if this was the hyena that did it, but there's quite a mess right over here. And a characteristic feature of leopard feeding is them plucking the fur like this out of the impala. They don't really want to eat the fur, but they can't obviously get all of it. But they will pluck it. You don't find lions in a pride plucking. You don't find hyenas doing anything but eating. And so this fur, very characteristic of a leopard, plucking, opening up the skin, opening up the area for the meat to be eaten. And then the softest bones can get broken by the cat, and then the hardest, more sort of hardy bones will get broken by the hyena. And to get inside here for the bone marrow, it is something that sets hyena apart on these landscapes, the ability to access the bone marrow. I know many people, when they eat oxtail and whatever that is, suck the marrow out of the bones. There's lots of nutrients in bone marrow, and hyenas can actually survive off of carcasses left in the bush that other animals have left even long into the season. There's no other food, just going back to a carcass, cracking it open, getting that bone marrow and getting their sustenance that they need. Okay, well, we're going to move on and see if we can find you another tree to talk about some more medicine while we send you back over to Djuma.
It's okay, boy. Two bulls are having a massive standoff behind the car. Everyone else sort of froze for a bit. And when I say everyone else, I mean the elephants. One of them's in must. I can smell it. This is not one herd, I don't think. And these two bulls are having a bit of a standoff. Hey, you. You're a little unsure of each other. I don't think you guys can see this. Okay, the second bull's moving off. You're going to probably see him now. They're very, very unsure of each other. Everybody's stopped. Everybody's listening. Look at this. And it's not because of us. It happened when those two bulls came together. Hey, boy. It's okay. Having a right good sniff of us, aren't you? That a boy. His energy completely changed when that other bull arrived. Just gonna keep my eye on him. He's walking away. He's a gentleman, he's huge, but when that other bull arrived, he changed. Everything changed. There's more swag. Look at this. Yeah, this is a collision of two herds. I'm sure of it. This is not just one herd. This bull being a little bit naughty. He must be in must. Must be him, I can smell. Sorry, I have to keep my radio video up nice and high. Many of you are amazed I've not had a sighting like this in a long time. This is definitely not one-haired. And it's not just numbers I can tell that by, it's body language. And it's not aggression, but there's big bulls here. More than one. I think I can see at least 3 big bulls. And the moment they sort of gave each other lateral presentation, if you like, it wasn't quite, but they both were very unsure of each other. Everybody froze. I've never seen anything like that in my career here. Everyone was aware that these 2 bulls were having a bit of a standoff. It wasn't aggressive, nothing happened. But the 2 bulls were definitely sizing each other up. Quite anticipate this when I came to Treehouse Dam. Kerry, you're saying you really feel like you're amongst them. I think it's because we've got that low angle approach. And I'm just letting you listen to all the sounds. You don't need me to talk much right now. Our Larimer, sadly not. I mean, I like to learn about animal behavior, but I'm not an elephant, I'm afraid. I'm not equipped to feel vibrations. You can feel the rumble, if that makes sense. But the sort of seismic communication that I think you're referring to, humans are just not equipped to even feel that or recognize that. There's a whole lot of communication going on here, guys, that we are completely unaware of. Look at this cow dove at 12 o'clock. She's very, very old. If you look at the sort of her skull, not necessarily her height, full mammary gland. Look at that bulge. I wonder if she's pregnant. You see that? An old cow. But no, I don't. I feel the rumbles. That vibrates right through me, but I don't feel the sort of seismic communication. I'm not aware of it at all. I wish I was. Animal communication for me is one of the most fascinating, incredible things you can learn out here. I think that cow is pregnant. That little calf right here was having a bum scratch on Mom. Scratch your bum on Mom. You know, this was not the same herd. Our herd's arriving now, I think. The herd that we first had, Willem's cut line. There's more elephants to come. Rest in peace vegetation. Wow, this has been more than I could ever have asked for. I'm going to sit here and enjoy it.
The Endangered Wildlife Trust fights at the forefront of conservation, across the vast Karoo and sweeping grasslands, in remote pockets of forest, along road networks, across African skies, and in communities to conserve our wildlife and wild spaces. Help us to protect forever, together. Donate now at ewt.org.za.
The scrap here collected a dry grass, put it next to the water hole as the hippo walks down during the warm of the day to drink the water. When the hippo arrives, he saw quite a very nice grass, an area not to resist to rest. And when the hippo went down to drink the water, and when finished the water, he just lied down on the grass. And then that was the opportunity of the scrappy. You know what? Today is my day to pay the revenge.
This is a battle of two great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Delivering 6 hours of HD wildlife content live every day is no small feat. It's a massive team effort, and we all rely on one another. Cam ops have a bit of work to do in the morning, up nice and early, get all the checks out of the way, and make sure we're ready to go live. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun.
Welcome back into the bush, and another tree, another plant to identify this afternoon. You'll notice these very evergreen leaves growing on the tips of these spikes, and even the flowers themselves, the little florets growing on the tips of the spikes. It's a nice evergreen green leaf, and the leaf is simple. See if any of you are able to identify it. But roots of this plant have been used as an infusion to treat bilharzia, as well as measles, body wash of the infusion as well has been used in alleviating fever. Now, this morning I made some fire drills using some raisins. Now, this plant as well makes some nice straight branches that can be used as a fire drill. And wood chips chopped off of the tree actually have been utilized as an aphrodisiac in beer. So what exactly that means, I'm not 100% sure. But powder can also be taken orally in the treatment of pneumonia, as well as colds and coughs, tuberculosis, and extracts of the thorns or the spines have been used to treat headaches and in the alleviation of coughing up blood. So a tree with a lot of medicine, lots to be dealt with. I wonder if any of you are able to identify it. There are a few more medicinal properties as well of this tree. Being evergreen, growing in the riverbeds, it's got leaves on all year round. It's well browsed. The flowers are very, very utilized by a number of insects for pollination. I wonder if bees make nice honey out of this tree. But the leaves themselves, the young leaves, can be made into an infusion and then gargled in the mouth to assist with any mouth ulcers that you might have. And a poultice, so basically take a couple of the leaves and sort of chew them into a paste, can be applied to a snake bite. Ideally though, everybody, if you do get bitten by a snake, I'd advise going and seeking medical attention because, well, it's just advisable. But it's good to know that there are plants out here that can possibly help. So very well eaten plant. The decoctions of the root, everybody, are very well used in human healing, have been prescribed by traditional healers for menstrual problems, cramps, and a lot of other issues pertaining to female fertility. And this tree, if you haven't guessed yet, is known as Gymnosporia senegalensis, which is a scientific name, Gymnosporia for naked seed. Okay, well, we are going to move on and tell you that this is a red spike thorn, and we'll send you back down to Cape Town.
Well, we're still here on this rock that we started off on, and that's because so much has been happening. And the best sightings we've had are those that we get when we just sit in a moment and be quiet in a bit of stillness. So we happened to see a little jellyfish go by, but it was quite quick. But now I've seen something else that's very interesting. We've been speaking about the kelp, and there's a particular type of limpet that exclusively lives on the kelp. Now we've spotted it, but you're gonna have to bear with us because obviously the kelp, the fronds are moving. But this limpet is here. So it's in these, see, now I can point with my feet, everyone. Before I could only point with my fingers. It's on these fronds, so hopefully we'll see it in a bit. Now this limpet is called Patella compressor or Symbula compressor. I can see the other one, just not the one that was around here. It's just on the edge on that side. But seems like we are unlucky. I will find it for you again though, but I'm going to send you over to Grant for now.
Well, the kelp forest sure does sound quite interesting. I hope you are all enjoying that. So, up until about 2 minutes ago, I think we had more questions than answers sitting here. And then what's happened is we came to look at the... So for those of you that weren't with us this morning, I'll just fill you in. We found these lions with... First we saw them with a zebra foal, and then after that we saw them with an adult zebra. And one of the male lions dragged the adult zebra for quite some distance into a thicket. and then we left, and there was still quite a lot of activity from the lions because it's been quite a cool and overcast day. So we thought we should definitely come back because there would be a good chance that these lions would still be a little bit active. And we came back, and we had a brief view of one of the males going into the thickets. And then we went to the adult zebra carcass, and there were no lions there. And then we went to the zebra foal carcass, and there were no lions there. And then we spotted one lion lying about 100 meters away from the zebra foal. And we went to have a look at it, and while we were sitting there, there was just an enormous eruption. We actually thought it sounded a bit like a car accident or something. There was just noise and chaos and running, and so we raced back in this direction towards the adult zebra carcass, and we've come across this magical scene where you can see the lions have come out onto the road. I think they were at the kill and something happened between them. We're not too sure. It's very thick where they were. And so I think someone stood on someone else's toes, and there was a very aggressive confrontation that happened. And so they've decided to come out into the open, which is a real treat for us. And as you can see, that both of the males are now here. So we were right. During the day, the male lion that was roaring when we left here this morning, it was actually going in the wrong direction, somehow managed to find them. And we were speculating, hey Barbara, we were talking, remember I told you when we first saw those vultures, if that other male lion saw the vultures descending, coming down to where these lions have the kill, the male that was searching, that he might be able to use that as a clue for where to find the rest of them.
And he did.
And he did, yeah. See what happens when this cub goes up to the male. He just wants some affection from his dad. Oh, so from quite a lot of chaos and excitement, it's finally now seems to have calmed down a little bit. One thing is for sure, though, they all have bellies full of zebra. So now that these lions have settled down a little bit, I think what we'll do is we'll try and get us another position, another view of them, and in the meantime send you across to Ngala to Trico.
Welcome back, everybody. As you can see right in front of your screens, we have some spectacular animals walking right on the edge of the waterhole there. As you can see, quite dark in color and really massive in size. Some very big horns. There is an African buffaloes walking down there. And actually coming down here, I was thinking just when we saw them, I was thinking they can actually come down for a drink. But it looks like they're not interested in drinking. Or maybe where they're coming from, they did have a little bit of water to drink, and they are just moving to a different feeding grounds. Or it could be maybe they're trying to find a different section of the waterhole where they can drink. So let's see what they will do next. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're gonna drink at all. But all these buffaloes that you are looking at, there's about 4 of them. 2 of them are already right in front of the 2 that you can see there. There we go. So these are all bulls moving together. So the reasons why these bulls might be together like this, firstly, it could be because they're quite old. They can't keep up with the rest of the herd, because remember, buffaloes are animals that are constantly moving, not territorial at all. So these guys might be, of age, and they can't keep up. Or maybe they tried to challenge some of the dominant males in the herd. Because remember, within the herd of buffaloes, there's a hierarchy. And maybe they possibly lost that fight and they got kicked off the herd. And they'll stay together like this, obviously safer in numbers. There we go. It looks like the other one finally did had a little bit of a drink. But I think we're just going to sit here and just watch them and see what they do.
So we got a walk away elephant. They're just trying to actually cross this road. Still, we're on search here for the lions that we see in the tracks. It happens, we bump on the, looks like one of the young male elephants here. Probably happened that is more, but where they have crossed into, we can't go in there. So unless if there is more a member of this herd that they may want to cross about, heading in that direction. So many boundaries in this area. That's what it's all about. Private Game Reserve. The day it's been so cool for such elephants. They would exercise their energies and moving about, search for food. It happens, maybe it's part of the group that we heard this morning, but that size of a young male like that, we didn't see there. So maybe because it was a huge group, maybe he was in that group. And they'll go water hole to another quite often due to the grass is so dry. Just saw the drongo that I always associate with animal, but all of their benefit, it's all insect which pushes by the big game, and this bird fly catches it.
Welcome back to Pridens, everyone, where it looks like the blue sky is starting to force its way past the clouds. We have seen a little bit of sun on our faces. And, well, we've decided to climb a tree as well. Now, there's a very nice tree that we find in and around Pride. It's all over the greater Kruger, really. It is the russet bush willow, easily identified by these brown, darkish sort of chocolatey brown pods. And right now, it's actually coming out into flower. The flowers have started. There are new shoots on the tree itself. The russet bush willow, also known as the kiriklapper, the walking stick tree. The wood is well used for pick handles, walking sticks, as well as for supports in mine shafts. So the leaves of this tree can be used to steam and will be utilized to steam and to sort of inhale to help for headaches. And bark and seed infusions have been used to treat heart symptoms, heartburn, bronchial problems. And a compress of the leaves has also been utilized for treating inflammation and to stop bleeding. It's quite a useful strategy after you've been bitten by a snake. Maybe join the last two plants together to stop the bleeding and eliminate the inflammation, which could obviously help, but still seek some medical attention. Now, a decoction of the roots have been used for stomach disorders and general bodily pain, whereas in overall ecology, the leaves are well eaten by animals. The seeds don't seem to be eaten by very many things. Many of them stay on the tree until quite late in the season. Those that do fall off blow away in the wind. And this sort of time in the year when the wind really picks up, we'll notice a lot more of these pods on the floor, and that wheel-like pod blows along and then finds itself somewhere else further away from the tree just in time for spring. Well, obviously, the parent plant has avoided having competition from the youngsters, and they'll grow somewhere else. So the russet bush willow, a very nice tree to use, a very nice tree to climb, probably my favorite one to climb so far. I don't think I've climbed a russet bush willow before. This is probably one of the largest I've seen, but elephants have done a little bit of work on it. It's been pushed over to a degree with lots and lots of rubbing. So we're going to link you over to Grant while I attempt to climb down without hurting myself.
We are still with these lions, and we've just been left with a male and a female. And this is the mom of the four that were here, the four youngsters that were here earlier. But it seems as though those youngsters have gone back towards the zebra carcass. Just look at that panting, and you'll notice on that male, Glenn has gone nice and close up on him. See, he's missing a lower canine tooth, and we were just remarking about how painful it must be. That tooth is actually broken off. And they are at the point where they actually look really uncomfortably full. Different to the behavior we saw this morning, Barbara?
Yes, for sure, yeah. Definitely. It's so unusual to see that male lion walk right past the zebra carcass within a couple of meters and not even look at it.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think he'd make a gap, right? But with a belly full like that, he couldn't be bothered. And I wonder, because he was smelling the ground, maybe he was looking for that other male, because that's when that eruption happened, when they had a big fight and chased each other around, and now they've, I guess, used all their energy for the afternoon, and now they, once again, with their full bellies, they are having a good rest. and the male is constantly shifting around. He just cannot get comfortable.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to use the tire track for a hammock to support his tummy.
The tire track looks like a hammock for that male lion. Ian, most definitely that male lion will feel the pain of that broken tooth. But like us, it will heal, and the pain will eventually go away. But he definitely experienced quite a bit of pain, and I'm sure every now and then, if that tooth gets a little bit infected, he will most certainly feel a bit of toothache, and it's quite normal for us to sometimes come across these lions and they are in a different mood and they a lot more grumpy. Maybe they want the vehicle to not come as close as we normally can, or they will give us a wider berth when they're walking towards us just because they don't like it. Just because he might be in a little bit of a mood due to that tooth. With other lions it could be something else, but I'm sure that tooth definitely upsets this male from time to time. You can imagine with raw meat getting in there and sitting in there, him not really paying too much attention on cleaning the tooth and the cavity there. And this lioness is not quite resting like the male. She's panting, she's tired, but she doesn't want to lie down. So the direction that she's looking in is where the carcass of the zebra foal is, with at least one other lioness. And I'm sure she's aware of that. That's why she keeps looking in that direction, maybe wondering if that other lioness is going to come in our direction. That other lioness definitely heard the commotion going on this side. She was lying on her side like this, and when that incident happened, she perked up her ears and lifted up her head and paid quite a lot of interest or attention to this area. But she didn't come across. Not like us. We raced over here as quickly as we could. So I know you mentioned cheetah, Barbara, but what would you say is your favorite thing about lions?
They look so majestic and so regal. They just are so impressive that you can't help but be enamored of them.
And blown away by them, yeah.
Yeah.
And we were just remarking on this lioness that's busy grooming herself, that she is just perfect. She's in such good condition. Very well fed. All the prey that they feed on Phinda is very healthy as well. So we'll see what she does, because the fact that she's grooming herself now, she might get moving. She might go and investigate where the cubs went to, maybe go see if there's a little bit of meat on that kill. She isn't looking as full as the male, so I'm sure she'll have a little bit of space for some food. So we'll stick around here a little bit longer.
is day one of the annual South African Guide of the Year competition. And our first foot into this competition this morning is all about tracks and signs.
We're going to call you in one at a time. Just look at it, the information will be there.
Our 5 guides have been tasked by the judges at figuring out who is what is who, and where they go in the bush.
It's either Franklin or guinea fowl, but because of the volume of other deposits in the area, we went with guinea fowl.
Detailing the surrounding that you need to look out for tracks. The details is very important.
Looks like it's a very difficult climb because every time it tries to climb, the ground is breaking, so it slides down. But it's the only one. Look at that. That is a call of desperation with a cub. It's like, what are you doing, mommy? Oops. Oof.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
So everybody, we're still on a look at the tracks of, we think that could be the duck man that he was actually moving around during the day. So he ran through the block and then sounds like, or it looks like he hasn't come out of the Gary man there. So we're searching the block a little bit because there was more than one, maybe the female there, but not the whole entire bride, probably maybe 3 of the tracks that we got in this area. And they actually, we saw some tracks, looks like some places they were running. So we're not sure what could be the problem there. Sometimes they can travel far away during the day. And that's why we have to check the boundary to see if they haven't crossed out of this western side of the Treehouse Dam. That's where we are at the moment. So we've got another guy checking the watering hole, Treehouse Dam itself. If they find anything there, they will keep us updated. So let me continue. In the meantime, let's go across the ground. Who still has his line?
Well, good luck to Andrew. We've been very lucky and fortunate this afternoon that the lions were so successful last night or early this morning with making their kills, and so they were exactly where we left them this morning. Yeah. Formidable is a word that comes to mind when I think of lions. And now boisterous. Whoops. So this male seems quite intent on trying to seduce this lioness, which is unusual. She's got 4 cubs, so she shouldn't be by any means getting into a reproductive cycle. But he does not want to let her out of his sight. Every time she moves, he moves, so you might notice that they are now in some shade. and the lioness was the one who got up first, and she started walking away from us towards the shade. And once she was about 2 meters away from the male, he got up quickly and then followed her and went and lay down in the shade next to her, but always making sure he is between wherever his brother is and her. But there must be something happening with that lioness that is keeping him so interested. You see the breathing of the lions has slowed down a lot more now that they're lying in the shade. Although the male still got his mouth open and panting. But you can imagine why. I mean, he's got such an impressive mane and that extra fur around his neck, even though it's been quite chilly today actually. The sun is coming out now and it's pretty warm. We're somewhere in the high teens at the moment. 17, 18 Celsius. Dear Watcher, yes, that is well identified. He is the one with the missing lower canine, which would have been tough to see this morning. Although, actually, when he paused and stared at us panting, you would have noticed that he was missing that lower canine. And so it's the same male. It was dragging that zebra by himself. And he seems to be in a position of power at the moment. He seems to be quite dominant. And we were actually just talking about it. Glenn was mentioning that a few days ago when he was with Wade out here, a similar area, that the lioness was favoring the other male lion and this one was actually being pushed away. So their dominance varies depending on their position. So, I mean, if they've got a full belly and they're feeling well rested and powerful, they might be a little bit dominant over their sibling. Just a very pretty and peaceful scene at the moment. Now that Glenn's gone out and we are in a, well, you are able to see at home, we are actually in quite an interesting spot at the moment. To the left of you, or of your screen, to the left of these lions is Phinda, and to the right is, formerly it is the property of Ngala Game Reserve, which is a community, was a community-run reserve. And you'll see just behind the lions there's two light sort of spots that Glenn's going to go into now. Those are old fence posts. And as recently as about a month and a half ago, this fence was removed. And so we're quite lucky at the moment, because if the lions go to the right of this road, we cannot follow them yet. That is something that is going to come with time, but how incredible is it to see that this is a spot where there used to be kilometers and kilometers of fence line, and there is now open traversing for the animals. Alright, as the lions doze off, I think we'll just do a little bit of scouting around here, because it's gone a bit quiet for now. And we'll see what else we can find around here, if there's anything else going on with these lions. And in the meantime, I'm going to send you across to Andrew.
Good luck, Grant. So, the owner was search still carrying on, so, but we just come across some of the ellies here. One of the young male that he was right on top of the mound. And then now we're just down and moving on. But it looks like a few of them in this area. So I'm going to move on so if we can have another look at them. The weather, it's been great for such elephants. Most animals, it's not that cold and they can freely move around so much wherever they want. Especially with the elephants, they are not territorial at all, so they can be anywhere. They can be anywhere they want. So I'm not sure, maybe this is the group that Lauren saw earlier. They can actually be well spread around pretty much. And this size of the young male like these, they always follow the herd from the far end. Where most of the time when they're in this age, they're more likely to be pushed off by their mother. Especially when they're 16 years old, they're not welcomed in the group. Of the females. So that was all about dust bathing. And that's so very important for big animals like elephants. Put dust over themselves with such a bigger body like this. And that would be able to get all of the flies and all of the parasite. Just gonna reverse lightly so many branches and they're already moving far from us. No way. So our search for these lines, it's very difficult to actually determine exactly the tracks, since they look like they were actually pushed harder, they were running. But we have to go listening, maybe perhaps we'll get an audio of them. Maybe audio from the prey species such as an kudu or impalas. So maybe that's where we know exactly where they are. So if they are around here, we would know immediately, because elephants won't tolerate cats for sure. They would moan about, trumpet. And once that trumpet goes on, all these members of elephants, they may congregate, trying to understand what is happening. Because some of them, they have their young one here. If it ever these lions around in this area, the elephants, they would definitely going to indicate us that they're in there, if they ever see them. quite a few young males. It's one of these males that reaching age of 15, 16, roughly somewhere there. But eventually, they would finally be separated from here. When they do that, when a separation takes place, is that they have to move and follow their uncles and their father. That is where there's so many of big bulls and all various different age in that group of bachelor males. And that is the female there with a thinner tusk.
And welcome back to another tree, a tree that resembles the acacias, but if you look closely, you notice that the very acacia-like leaf is sitting on the end of very sharp spines. This is a very difficult tree to get past and to get through, and will cause punctures in your tractor tire. It is the Dichostachys cinerea, the sickle bush, one of the legumes we find around, a nitrogen fixer. The pods and the leaves are very well eaten by many animals, and the wood is termite resistant and very durable, being used to make many things, from fence posts to tool handles. Infusions of these leaves can be used to treat as an eardrop if you've got earache. It can also be used to wash your skin if you've got any skin ailments. And another poultice applied to a snake bite. So we definitely are looking after our snake bite injuries this afternoon. But quite easily, just off the tree, you can chew the leaves, the root, or the bark to assist with diarrhea or the lion toothache from before. If a lion was really keen to get rid of his toothache, come and chew on a few of these leaves. Potentially can help. They are quite difficult to chew on, the bark specifically. I have tried before. And also to alleviate a cough and a sore throat. So quite a universal, easily chewed plant walking through the bush. But the plant itself has been used in treating wounds on the skin, and somehow, I'm not sure exactly, but has been utilized as a contraceptive. Deep down underground, the roots powder can be used for, once again, preventing your blood noses. Epistaxis and infusions of the roots are very good for abdominal complaints and respiratory ailments, and can also, again, be smoked to treat colds or TB. The root itself is a local anesthetic and helps with toothache, as discussed before. Patty, yes, I've tried all the plants we're talking about now. I've delved deep into. I've made decoctions and infusions, and I've eaten and drunk and splashed myself with them. And the reason I'm going through a number of medicinal plants today is I won't be here for very long. I'll be here until Tuesday morning, and then I'm not sure exactly when you'll all be seeing me again, as I have a number of trails lined up which will be keeping me busy. So I just thought I'd touch base on a few plant medicines today as the sun emerges out from behind Gert. And a very funny scientific name for this plant, everybody. If you're ready to write this one down, it is a funny one. It's not the real scientific name, but it's one that we often joke about. We call it Landrovia popvilia or Landrovia flattyrus. Depends on if you're English or Afrikaans. Because your Land Rover tire will get very flat if you do happen to drive over one of these spines. But we're going to not drive over, we're going to walk away before we do ourselves any harm and send you back over to Grant.
Well, I can back Steve on that one. Sickle bush is definitely something that you want to avoid driving over, because it definitely pops your tires. So we've come to one of the zebra carcasses. This is the carcass of the adult, and there is a young lion busy feeding on it. It's pretty incredible to see the amount of feeding that's been done during the day today. And yet the cub still has space for more. But such a young lion will have a very fast metabolism, and so as soon as there's a little bit of space for food, he'll go and fill that space because he doesn't know what's going to happen next. I mean, something might come and steal their zebra kill from them, and so he wants to make sure that he's got as full a belly as possible at all times. He's working quite hard there. See lots of spots on the back side. Oh, that's actually another lion that's lying with its back towards the one that's feeding, and one of the siblings. And you can see that they're still quite young by looking at those spots all over the legs and the belly. Kevin, that's an interesting question. Have I ever seen them vomit because they are too full? I actually have once before. There was a young male lion on Phinda 2 years ago, and he is no longer on Phinda, but he was part of the pride at that time. He was massive, and he had such a full belly, and the pride started vocalizing, started roaring, and this male tried to join in, and he was literally so full that when he actually tried to join and tried to roar, he ended up vomiting, and a big piece of meat came out, and he basically tried to shake himself off, regain his composure. He ate what he vomited out and then made no further effort made no further attempt to roar with the rest of the pride. He went and lay down under a bush. So I think feeling rather sorry for himself and quite embarrassed. So yes, I actually have seen it, but only once before. It's not something that happens very often. But vomiting with the cats is most often self-induced, Kevin. So they will, if they are feeling a little bit ill, then they'll feed on some fresh green grass, and that will stimulate them to actually throw up and try to get rid of whatever is upsetting them. But they don't do that very often because, vomiting means that they lose vital fluids that they can't afford to lose, so they will rather not be sick if they can avoid it. See, a lot of the meat has actually been eaten already, and there's just this loose skin left. So this youngster is busy working on the inside of the rib cage, just trying to pick off any little bits of meat that are left behind. But everything seems quite calm and settled here for the meantime, or at the moment. I think just as the sun is starting to go down and it's starting to cool down a little bit, I think the lions are having a little bit of an afternoon siesta, but we know that they're going to be here. So what I was suggesting to Barbara was that maybe we go and do a little bit of exploring, maybe we go and have a look and see if we can try to find some cheetah. There were some cheetah tracks coming out into this marshland area, these open grassy areas. And so we'll see if we can maybe find some cheetah, or if not, anything else that might be out this afternoon. What do you think, Barbara?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Cool.
Do you think these lions will still be here tomorrow morning, or will they move on during the night?
There is a chance that they could still be here. It depends on how much is left over. There is still quite a lot of meat left, although it's basically scraps. But the lions will be here definitely if there's meat left over. And if I had to put money on it, I would say that tomorrow morning the lions will still be here. Yeah. So from here, I think we're going to do that. We're going to do our plan. We're going to go see what else we can find and send you across to Lauren with the elephants.
We can't get from A to B without elephants. We've been surrounded. It's nowhere near as magical as it was earlier. It is the same sort of group. Andrew actually arrived on the scene as well. And the herd is so big, I actually think it's multiple herds that he got stopped by them on a slightly different road. But there are just elephants for days. And that sighting by Treehouse Dam there was so unbelievably special. I have not had an elephant sighting like that in quite a long time where, oh, hello, you. Yes, why have you got your nose up at me? These little elephants are so full of beans. That incredible scene where you're able to watch the body language, and I mean, I can only understand a certain amount. There's so much there I don't understand. But I was able to understand the body language between the bulls and everyone else freezing, the tension I was able to feel, the fact that there was no movement. But of course, the vibrations and all the other communications I'm not aware of. But it was just amazing being able to see what I was able to see. I can smell so much must. I think there's actually a handful of bulls that are in must. But luckily they're gentlemen. I think if those two bulls that were sort of sizing each other up earlier were younger, I think there would have been a fight. But they're both older bulls, and generally speaking, the older bulls will avoid fighting. It doesn't do anybody any good. That there was, I've never had that, and it was extremely close to the car. It was really quite a heart-stopping moment. And this was a drainage I checked last night for Tlalamba. Tandy had a den here, or Tandy used a den here, and just after we checked the den, that was, oh, there you are with your squint tusks again. Look at these tusks. We've seen you before, you beautiful girl. We need to come up with a name for her. And that way, every time we see her, we can recognize the herd, just like we recognize Fang in herd. We recognize Daryl for a while. I recognize Norman. There are sort of elephant herds that you can't pick out, so we need to find a little nickname for her. So every time we see this herd, she's not the matriarch, she's small, but at least her herd we can identify. But this drainage, Tandy was in for a while with Marib's, or the previous litter, I honestly can't remember now. I think it might have been Marib's. And I think she used this drainage line also when she had Kalamba. And that's the reason I got the flat tire. And then when we went onto the dam wall to fix our first flat tire, then the second one, lo and behold, Kalamba popped out. So she was in this area. But right now, there are just elephants everywhere along this drainage. I'm not saying she's denning. I really don't know at this stage, but I just think she is being quite un-Kalamba-like. Very similar how she behaved the first time around. So it's always worth checking these things. Oh, that must be him that's in must. Can you smell that, Dove? Love it. It has to be him. It's got really strong all of a sudden. And Joyce Poole was, I mentioned her yesterday when we were talking about animal intelligence and animal emotion. She was one of the sort of few scientists that recognized must many, many years ago when the scientific community wouldn't agree to it or accept it. And now it's a very worldwide known phenomena. Okay, we're going to try and get past these elephants. It might not be possible, and see what else we can find.
Every year in August, South Africa marks Women's Month. WildEarth would like to acknowledge and thank all the amazing females who have worked tirelessly to share our nature with the world.
We're gonna have to just wait, okay? She's gonna come out there just on my right-hand side, and she can see these impala. Now you've got to inhale it. It burns. I don't know if it's supposed to work instantly.
Go, girl, go! Get her! Get her, girl! Get her! I'm so looking forward to following her story in the future.
I'm really hoping there's two. I'm really hoping there's two. But you know, even if there's one, oh my goodness, everyone!
And I get to share it with you. Isn't that extra special? I get to experience it and show it to everyone.
And I turned to Shaun and I saw that she had this panicked look on her face. Either she was afraid that something had happened or she was afraid that she was going to miss out on something. But instead of her missing out on those lions, we drove up next to them and I switched off the car so that she could hear what was going on. Now, these lions had killed a kudu, and she could hear these two cubs, both 8 months old at the time, busy pushing and shoving each other out the way to get to the best parts of the meat. And the mom was lying just to the side in the shade. Now, I'd known that before losing her sight, Shaun probably knew what a lion looked like. But I really wanted her to know what this lion looked like. So for the first time in my guiding career, I started to describe to someone what a lion looked like. And I found that, I started to notice things in that lion that I'd never seen before.
Okay, there's another big male coming in from our left here. Another big male, look at this. This is the one. Now you're going to see sparks fly, guys. Guys, it doesn't get better than this, eh? Yes, unbelievable. Africa, I love you, eh?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
So welcome back, everybody. So the lions that we were looking for earlier on, we were not successful with those, as I mentioned earlier on, but there were reports in this area as well from this morning of 2 adult male lions in this area. So we're trying to move through here and see if maybe we can find them. I mean, as you can see, like, the grass is quite tall here and some few trees around. So you really need to look very carefully, because if they're just laying down, it could make it a little bit difficult. But one thing that we'll be looking for is, when they're laying down, because there's a lot of insects, they tend to flick their tails side to side, trying to get rid of the flying or irritating insects. So that's what might catch our eyes. All right, I think I'm just going to turn the engine off now and just listen for a bit. And sometimes a bit of a growl as well can give their sort of location. It sounds very, very quiet. So I'm just going to move us a little bit forwards, turn back, and we're going to try to look on the northern side of this thicket. And the chance of them, moving out of this area is there, because remember, it hasn't been too hot today. So they could have potentially even moved out of here. So let's quickly have a look on this side. And these lions that we're looking for, they're actually two brothers in their prime. Quickly have a look here. Just trying to see if maybe I can see any tracks of the vehicles that were here earlier on moving in here. But there's no tracks here, so we're going to move around just like this and see if there's any signs at all. Watch your heads. Jerome, welcome. I'm glad that you can join us. I believe your question is, would the brothers stay together forever? Or would they fight each other? Jerome, they will definitely stay together forever. I mean, fights will always be there, especially if there's females that are in heat. They tend to normally fight for the females. And also around carcasses, there sometimes might be a little bit of fights, but they'll still mend their differences and they'll still be together. And yeah, indeed, they'll stay together forever. And also, I don't know if these lions are full, if they've eaten, or if they haven't eaten. Because, for example, if they haven't eaten, they also could try to look for something to eat. But as we're busy looking for these particular animals in these thickets, I think for now I'm going to send you over to Trish in Cape Town.
Well, in the time that we've been away from you, the tide has come in. So we're not going to be able to do too much intertidal stuff, at least today, but we've got all this time together in the future as well, so we'll be fine. But there is still something I can show you that's intertidal themed at the very least. So when we talk about the intertidal zone, we're talking about different levels of extremes that are faced by the animals and plant material or protists that live on rocks. So it's a description of rocky shores. We usually have 4 zones that we talk about. One is the splash zone. So the splash zone is a part of the intertidal zone where they are not submerged, however, except on the highest of the high tide. So even on a normal high tide, they won't be submerged. So for me, that would be maybe here, but I think this would also still be submerged. But this kind of area. In these kinds of areas, the only things you're going to find are, well, firstly, very little life, because most of them, like I said, is exposed most of the time, so it could be dry and not receive too much water. But whatever exists here must also put up with sea spray that has salt in it. So most of the time, it's the littorina or different animals like it, so different snail-like animals or limpets. Then further down here, we have the other three zones. One is the high intertidal, which is this area here. That's probably the most harsh zone, I would say. That's a zone where half the day they're covered, half the day they're not, pretty much going with the tide. During high tide, they're covered. During low tide, they're exposed. So they've got to deal with lots of different types of things, different extremes. Then as we move down from this zone, you can see the animals that are in this high intertidal are hardy. We've got limpets, you're going to get other kinds of crustaceans, maybe a barnacle up here, hardy animals. Then as we move down, life gets a little bit more abundant. We then have the mid, this was the mid intertidal zone. Then as we go down, we're now getting some snails. You can see that they're moving as well, which means that they're nice and active. They're slowly getting covered with water as the tide is coming in. And it means that the abundance is going to be greater as we move down into the area where it's mostly submerged. Now, this is a bad example because on this rock, it was basically completely exposed. So there's no part that... The most important thing for me is to not let my bottom get wet. If I have a cold bottom, I'm not a happy chappy. I've never seen tantrums like that. So the areas that are furthest in the water and are only exposed in the lowest of the low tide, those are the areas that are most abundant, where we will find anemones, sea stars, sea cucumbers, a whole lot of life. Hopefully I'll be able to find you a better example though. But for now, let's send you back over to Andrew.
So everybody, we're still on search. Once for all, we saw one of the zebra. It looks like it's got a claw mark on the back, very fresh. But it was running, coming from the south, one of the property across to Djuma. That I don't know. Maybe it could be done by the same lines we're hoping to find in this area, which is very interesting. If they are the same one, they could maybe cross the boundary. How? Because we have checked there. Maybe it's some other member of the lines that maybe somewhere around. So now, since we've been searching for these lines, off-roading a little bit, and we don't come right, we're just hoping to come across anything we can spend time with. Could be a wildebeest, could be a kudus, that we can spend time talking about them. Maybe the lions will show up there if they're around. It's going to be very much interesting also when it's dark, because they may want to drink before they carry on wherever they are. So we'll aim to look in those watering holes that we know about. But there are probably dalamatis and duck mane for sure in this area. Cannot be all of the pride of Talamati. Maybe the two female maybe, and the male. Looks like he has found some mates around here since he was alone yesterday when we find him in the morning. So we're gonna carry on, check, see if we find anything.
Just watching this bull elephant. There are elephants everywhere today. And I'm really not exaggerating. Everywhere. I'm not complaining either. But this elephant's actually on another property. But we're just viewing him from the boundary line. And sometimes it's nice to just have those long distance visuals so that you can see the elephant amongst the landscape. Maybe I should go forward just a little bit. What do you think, Dov? I'm gonna reposition. Okay. Oh, he's reaching up. Look at that. Okay, we're gonna send you guys over to Grant and Phinda.
Well, we have just come across quite a fabulous scene, and it's a really big herd of buffaloes that have literally just made it to the waterhole. We spotted them from quite a distance away, heading in this direction, and we raced ahead, and this you are witnessing now, these buffaloes arriving at the waterhole. And you can almost feel that they just couldn't wait to get to this water. See, some of them have run right into the water and are drinking sort of at chest level. There's just so much going on. Don't really know where to look, but there's youngsters running around and some of the adults seriously quenching their thirst. I wonder if any of the bigger bulls are going to lie down. It hasn't been that hot today, so I doubt whether that will happen, but sometimes they do anyway. What's amazing is that these buffaloes were or have been in this area that we've been driving around the whole day today, and we didn't see them. We did see some signs of them, some dung and tracks of them on the road, but wherever they've been pretty well hidden. And just as we were leaving the lion sighting, like perfect timing, they were all emerging from the thickets, walking in a pretty straight line, almost in a single file, heading for this waterhole. And they actually came running up over the dam wall. This is an old dam from the farming days, and there was a lot of excitement and chasing one another. Oh, like that. Looks like quite a mature bull there that's chasing a cow, but the cow is a calf, so judging by that calf's age, she would probably be ready to mate again, and so he can probably sense that there's potential there. So there were actually two bulls chasing that female, maybe competing for the mating rights. Red Pill, I agree, it is a stunning scene. We've got the sun setting behind these buffaloes, and always lovely to see animals doing something, you know. Have you ever seen buffaloes coming down to a waterhole to drink like that, Barbara?
Not like this, and not with such tiny little ones. These are the smallest buffaloes I've ever seen.
So it is quite harsh looking into that sunlight, but what do you think of this scene? It's quite beautiful.
It's beautiful, yes. It's
Yeah.
stunning.
And now, just like that, it's pretty much over. They've all quenched their thirst. Seems like they've got a renewed energy. But notice how they're all sort of just milling about. They haven't actually set off in any particular direction, haven't started feeding. Some of them are just wandering around. It's almost like they're waiting for someone to take the lead, or one of them to take the lead and lead the group in a specific direction, which is what I think will happen soon. Some of the pathfinders of this herd will choose a direction. Not likely to be the direction that they've come from. There's a tiny little one coming towards us.
Yeah.
Nathan, quite possibly, if those lions saw these buffaloes, I think if they thought the opportunity was good enough, I think they would definitely show some interest in the opportunity. I mean, this morning, the zebras were barely even dead yet, and one of the lionesses went and tried to hunt some wildebeest. So it just goes to show that they are completely opportunistic, and if an opportunity does present itself to them, they will try their luck, maybe half-heartedly. But what we see actually here on Phinda is that the lions tend to actually avoid the buffaloes just because of how ferocious and formidable buffaloes can be. There's quite a lot of much easier prey species, much easier targets for the lions to go for, which in my opinion is quite smart actually. They don't go for buffaloes because there's a huge potential for a risk for injury, and so they tend to actually leave buffaloes alone. But that being said, I have seen lions not successfully hunting buffalo, but certainly showing interest in stalking buffaloes. But what we see here on Phinda is that they tend to go for easier targets. And there's still a little bit of jostling amongst the herd. I think some of the bulls are getting a little bit excited. But you see the herd is now slowly starting to move off. So what we'll do, there is a road on the other side in the direction that these buffaloes are heading. And I think we'll loop up ahead of them and see if maybe they come towards us. And in the meantime, send you across to Steve, who's still out on bushwalk.
Welcome back, everyone, from buffaloes to buffalo weaver nests. There we found ourselves at Leopard Dam, and the wind of late has been quite intense, and it's caused some damage. And on the floor here, a buffalo weaver nest. Now, the buffalo weavers make their nests out of all sorts of sticks, many thorny, many spiny, that they accumulate from all over the place. And Gert was saying he used to have one of these on his porch, and these just fall down on your floor all the time. Very messy, but unfortunately this nest has blown out of the tree, and there's no way they're going to be able to reclaim it. But it is out of breeding season, so they won't be breeding in there, but they still do roost in here at night. So what we can actually see is inside this accumulation is a lot of feathers and actually some woven grass-like nests. And it looks like it might get very, very cozy inside. They're inside this huge accumulation of sticks. There's a number of sort of nesty bits. I've never actually seen one up close before. I've been wanting to analyze one, but there's nothing is going to be able to live in here again. But it's all very sort of stuck together. Very, very stuck together. Very spiny. I could probably pick the whole thing up. That's very heavy. Oh no. Those are some old eggs, I reckon. Look at all those feathers. Old eggshells from a time before. Maybe they didn't remove them. Look at all of this. This is quite incredible. Now, there's nothing obviously would have been in here recently. It's possible that's just the junk pile at the bottom of the nest. Like if you've got a feather pillow or feather duvet, how all the feathers end up in the bottom of your bed or on the corners of your living room, corners of the bedroom. That's what all this seems to be. Accumulation. The bottom bit that doesn't get very well cleaned helps with insulation, I suppose, for wind blowing up underneath. Very interesting find, everyone. Well, that's what the wind has provided. All of this down feather insulation. Now, there's normally more than one buffalo weaver that live inside one of these nests. Males will produce different nests inside, and they can have more than one female. But you can have a whole group of them living inside. And that accumulation... Well, there we go. You caught that all alive. Well, looks like my boots have got themselves a new shade of brown. I'm going to get myself out of the depths of this dam and catch up with you shortly.
As we celebrate Women's Month in South Africa, we acknowledge and thank those women committed to conservation, working tirelessly both on the front lines and behind the scenes. The Endangered Wildlife Trust is proud of the women who dedicate their lives to fighting to save species, conserve habitats, and benefit people. Here's to strong women everywhere who are dedicated to protecting forever together.
Here at the Advanced Rifle Handling Challenge, which is actually lots of challenges in one to gauge the contestants' skills at different distances and different speeds. This is probably the challenge that the contestants are the most nervous about. So let's get them locked and loaded. The competitors are now doing the Hades Hop, where they have to run back and forth to a target, turn, take aim, and shoot. And this simulates a chase in a real environment and gets the heart pumping and the blood pressure up. James gave us a demonstration, and the skill involved in this exercise is remarkable.
I've seen something I've never seen here before. Look at these cubs. One is crossing the river. It's being washed away, unfortunately, but I'm sure the mother is going to save her. Look at that. How beautiful. Look at that. One crossing, two to go. How cool is this?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
The bushhawk feed allows the camera person some creative license. This is my favorite style of shooting. You have to be mentally and physically prepared. You're shooting handheld in some very strange and contorted positions, always with a straight back, often in the squat position, low to the ground. The creativity comes down to the relationship and sync you have with your presenter. The more you understand each other, the more you'll be able to tell the story seamlessly.
We are still with this herd of buffaloes, and you might be able to hear the distinctive call of the oxpecker. There is a large number of oxpeckers with this herd of buffaloes, flying from buffalo to buffalo. And Barbara was actually just remarking on how they seem to keep on landing on the same individuals. Well, not the same individuals, but all of the oxpeckers will seem to land on one buffalo and then move on to the next one. And have a look at that buffalo that they're on, that Glenn has got in the frame. It's got quite a lot of fur missing. She is very, very old. And she looks like she might have a bit of a problem at her rear end. Maybe a little bit of an infection. And have a look now how all the buffaloes' heads are down towards the grass, so they've now started to feed, but slowly moving as they feed, and they're moving in the direction of the sun. Jamie, there's not one individual leader of this herd. There's a group that are called pathfinders, or that we refer to as pathfinders. And those are the buffaloes, the individuals in the herd that usually lead the group when they are moving and feeding and going in a specific direction, perhaps looking for a place, like now, looking for a place to settle down for the evening. So coming from water, these buffaloes will drink twice a day usually. And they'll feed on their way to water, have a drink, and then feed away from the water and find a place to settle down for the evening. And then early tomorrow morning, they'll repeat that process and they'll start getting up and getting active, start feeding towards water, have a drink, feed away from the water, find a place to settle down for the hottest part of the day. And so as they slowly move off, we are going to enjoy this beautiful sunset and send you across to Lauren.
Surprise. Oh, we're just sitting here. Oh, that marula looks a bit funny. Ah, hello, Simba. Nice to see you not running away from my vehicle. Now, Davy is obsessed with golden light, everyone, so I've been instructed that we must move so we get the nice light on Simba. And he's relaxed. If he's up the tree and he's eating, he's absolutely relaxed. We don't have any worries about him running away in that regard. There is a Macy here. Hello, Macy. Oh, hello, hyena. Sutu again. Hello, Sutu. She looked like she got a mere morsel of impala there. Okay, cameraman boss. Cameramen are very specific on these vehicles, but I see what you mean, Davy. Much better. Hey, boy. I came looking for you this morning and you were nowhere to be seen. Oh, I'm over the moon. So, just in case a few of you are unsure, Simba is Kuchava's son, technically Tandi's grandson, Karula's great-grandson. He was not quite 2 years old. He's an October baby. He will be 2 years old in October. And he's definitely independent now from Mum because she's got a new cub, but that doesn't mean he's dispersed or he's territorial. He's just on his own at the moment, and he's still not sort of left home territory, if you like. He's still very much...
Sorry, Mike, I'm not copying you. Are you saying that I'm a standby?
He's still very much in his home area, Chitwa, Cheetah Plains, Annette's. He doesn't really go very far from there. So he's a young boy, but he's just really skittish on the ground, and nobody really knows why. Maybe it's just his nature. Maybe something happened. We don't know. But at the end of the day, I'm glad he's up a tree. He's not skittish up the tree. Leopards are arboreal at the end of the day. They're comfortable in trees, are happy in trees. Oh, look at that golden light, Davy. Are you loving it? And there's not much left of this impala. He's been on it a few days now. You can hear him crunching. It's a female impala, a ewe. Well, it used to be. Ah, got my leopard from my last drive. Wasn't who I thought I was going to get. I was hoping for Miss Kalamba. But that's okay. We've got Simba, which means trust. Starts with a T. You just don't pronounce the T. Simba. And Sutu. I can't see Sutu right now. She's hiding behind a mound. But we will give you a view when she pops up. I know that more vehicles are on approach. We just came on a whim. I said, Davi, shall we go? We checked for Tandy and Mareebs everywhere. Apparently Mareebs was seen at Torchwood Dam this afternoon. He's disappeared. And they do think that lions have headed into Torchwood. So I wondered if that would push him south, back down into Chitwa. So we scratched around, no luck, and I thought, let's go and check on Simba. Why not? And he's here. Davi, you're getting compliment. Oh, Sutu, go. Davi's getting complimented for the sunlight. I know he was right. You should always have the golden light on the animal. Mike. Mike, have you got the lock? I'm not sure if you can hear him crunching, but he's really crunching away now. The leopards will definitely crunch through the softer bones, if you like. And they're not like hyenas. They're not going to crunch through every single available bone. And they're also trying to get to the softer parts inside. Sutu, you got a leg. Congratulations. Maggie does. Do you know, Maggie, that's quite a thin branch. It's not the most... it doesn't look the most comfortable of branches, and yet Simba makes it look comfortable, doesn't he? He repositioned the impala since yesterday. Oh, look at those little legs. It's a hungry boy. And he's really not a leopard that we get to see too often. I mean, we've had him now yesterday and today, but generally speaking, he's not a leopard that we really get to see too often. I think the last time he was seen was with Tristan. And he's part of that sort of Karula lineage that we all talk about. I got asked about gene pools the other night, and that's a fascinating question, but gene pools is different from lineages, I guess. But he's part of that Karula lineage. So that would make him Mareeb's nephew. Mareeb's is his uncle, I think. Let me just recalculate that in my head. Yes. Yes, I got that right. And that's, by the way, why hyenas wait. Because things do fall. It's inevitable. Gravity does take hold. You just can't get over that. And of course, that's what the hyenas are waiting for. Gravity to take hold. He's really crunching. There's not much left. I don't think he'll be here tomorrow. Bless me. Okay, everyone, I've got my sighting for the day. We're going to sit here and enjoy time with Simba.
So we still have our giraffe, but we're going to take this moment of silence here, listening to the area, also the sound.
Welcome back to the other side of Leopard Dam, where we're trying to capture a sunset for this afternoon, and the clouds are still banking to the west, but at least it seems like it's starting to break. Hopefully have some sunshine tomorrow and wake up tomorrow morning and provide you with a beautiful sunrise. We always like the sunrises. There are some colours starting to break through the cloud. Hope you've all been having a wonderful Sunday, wherever you might find yourself. We came to a conclusion as well on that nest, that the buffalo weaver nest had actually been utilised by the Egyptian goose family. That's what those eggs were for, and all of that accumulation of feathers was not actually fallen through the cracks of the nest, but it was actually the top of the buffalo weaver nest that would have been on top of that dead stump, and the geese would have roosted in there, or had their clutch in there. That's what all those little egg casings and all the down feather would have been used there for, keeping them nice and warm. And all the goslings then just jumped out of that nest into the shallow water of Leopard Dam. So, investigation's always interesting. But very sad news that the wind has not only damaged that nest, but we can only count 4 of the little goslings here on Leopard Dam. But we will keep tabs of them over the next few days while we send you over to Phinda, who's watching the sunset.
Not to worry, Steve, we've got your back. We are currently enjoying a stunning sunset of our own. But we've also got a little bit of cloud cover at the moment. Barbara was actually just telling me she's done quite a bit of traveling internationally, but she still believes that Africa has got some of the most spectacular sunsets. Hey, Barbara?
Absolutely.
Where do you think your favorite sunset has been that you've experienced in Africa?
Oh, wow. There's so many that have been just absolutely gorgeous. I can't pick just one place.
That's okay. You don't have to pick just one place. So I think as the sun goes slowly further and further down below those clouds, we are going to carry on, and I'm going to send you back across to Lauren with her leopard.
I'm enjoying my sunset too, because there's a leopard in it. Mine's is better than yours, Grant. I'm only teasing. I remember Grant when he first saw Tlalamba. Him and Damon were starstruck. They couldn't believe they were meeting Tlalamba. It was very sweet. I'll never ever forget that drive. I asked them, what would you like to see? They said, Zoe's Road. To this day, I'll never know, but I showed them Zoe's Road. They made it easy for me. That was the night we also saw Kuchava. Heavily, heavily pregnant. Now he's resting. Thank goodness he's resting in the tree. But Simba, we need your face this way, dear. I couldn't have asked for more from that elephant sighting earlier to this. Because I waited this morning so patiently and no one came back to the kill. I think the alarm calls we heard this morning were him. We found the impala that were making the alarm calls. We just didn't find the leopard. I hope he relaxes. Or maybe you've got another mulwati on your hands. Maybe he is the son of mulwati. It's a high possibility. They make it look so comfortable, and yet I don't see how that can be comfortable. It's quite a tall, narrow marula. Davi and I were talking about our favorite trees today, and there are so many gorgeous trees, but really, marulas just win. Just like impala, what's your favorite antelope? Impala just win. They're so common. Marulas win. They're such good-looking trees, especially when they've got a leopard in them. Oh, Rosemary, you're so sweet. Another fantastic day in the bush. You're so grateful. Me too. And these kind of days make up for the quiet days. But the quiet days are very important out here if you ever do come on a safari or you ever do bumble out here in the wild, anywhere actually, even the ocean. The quiet days are extremely important because they are the days that teach you to look at other things, smaller things, or maybe things that seem less significant but are not. And it's those days that you start to appreciate the bush. And then it's those days that allow you to appreciate the busy days even more. You can't have busy sightings every single day. It's not how the bush works. It's not how any wild space works. I may have to leave the sighting shortly, but we'll hang in the area and see if we can come back in. It gets very busy very fast on Chitwa, and I don't believe that a leopard has been found this afternoon. It's fallen asleep. Sutu completely demolished that leg bone. It's gone. Trishala's looking for seals, but Sutu right now looks like a spotty seal. Leg bone no more. Oh, hello, sleepyhead. I used to call you Batman when you didn't have a name. Look at those dark eyes. You see the bat in the middle of his forehead? He didn't have a name for a long time, so we called him Batman. And look at that dark sort of eyeliner around his eyes. Oh, he's just magnificent. He could actually be the son of Quarantine or Mowati. Handsome much. Jared's saying comments are boring in about how handsome he is. My goodness, yes he is. He's young, you know, he's going to be huge. Even Tristan says, I cannot believe the size of Simba for his age. You know, Kuchava at one point was also very skittish and scared. She's completely changed into adulthood. She's unbelievably relaxed, but, you know, maybe he'll change. It's when they dangle those back legs, can't handle it. Too much cuteness. Okay, we may leave very soon and make space for other vehicles, but what a sighting this has been.
Every year in August, South Africa marks Women's Month. WildEarth would like to acknowledge and thank all the amazing females who have worked tirelessly to share our nature with the world.
We're gonna have to just wait, okay? She's gonna come out there just on my right-hand side, and she can see these impala. Now you've got to inhale it.
It burns. I don't know if it's supposed to work instantly.
Go, girl, go! Get her! Get her, girl! Get her! I'm so looking forward to following her story in the future.
I'm really hoping there's two. I'm really hoping there's two, but you know, even if there's one... Oh my goodness, everyone.
And I get to share it with you. Isn't that extra special? I get to experience it and show it to everyone.
We got there. He had probably moved a couple of 100 meters down the river and was about 10 meters from this causeway. So I radioed the lodge quickly and just asked them to bring a land cruiser around and some tow straps. So we thought we were going to try be heroes and save this giraffe. And now a big bull, probably over a ton. He's a big unit. I got the tow strap one side of the giraffe and managed to get it around him with the boat, and the other edge of the tow strap obviously back onto the bank. So we made this U around him because he was lying quite close to the bank. And we put that land cruiser in low range and we just gave it hell and pulled that giraffe, and the tow strap slipped up and we thought, oh no, it's going to slip off the top of the head, and it caught on his ossicones at the top. And that last 10 meters pulled him out onto the bank, and he battled. He was obviously quite weak and all that.
You are cheeky. That was a brave decision. Amber Eyes is... Oh. That is so magic. That was absolutely wonderful. Amber Eyes just gave that cub an enormous hug.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth Daily.
Beautiful afternoon. Clouds are starting to change their shape. I feel like it is going to be a gorgeous morning. I might need to change my shoes though, as my boots have gotten a little bit muddy. They shall survive. They shall survive. It's always nice to get those sort of situations live. That's not funny. It's not live. You come back and got dirty boots and you're like, what happened to your shoes? And then you got to tell a story about dirty shoes. It's just not the same thing, is it? Not at all. Well, we tried to get a sunset for you, but the cloud is in the way. We've had enough of the cloud now for this week, so hopefully tomorrow we've got some sunshine and we'll be able to do some tracks, be able to look at some wonderful things on the ground with some light. So we're hoping to start the show off tomorrow morning with the sunrise and end tomorrow evening with the sunset, because we like those moments in time. The airplane is agreeing by flying overhead, the opportune moment where he's off to, nobody knows, but we are off home. We shall see you tomorrow morning.
Just keeps getting cuter. We're able to stay a little bit longer. Oh. Davi, look at that tummy. That is a big tummy, and look at those legs just dangling at the same side. I love when leopards do that. Kalamba does it a lot. She just puts her legs on the same side of the branch. I just think it's cute. Oh, he's a gorgeous boy. I really didn't anticipate him to be here, and it's just so interesting, the movements of leopards in this area, and just the sheer number of leopards all using the same property. Okay, they're not all territorial, but it doesn't mean they're not aware of one another's presence. They absolutely are. And a lot of you messaged me yesterday about the Netflix documentary I recommended. And Toffee's making a face. It's from the Explained series. It's a very random series called Explained, and every episode is on something different, and there is one on dogs. But it really visually shows you how dogs navigate through their sensory world, all through their nose. And it gives a nice contrast with humans, how we see our world in every day-to-day, but then how your dog sees the exact same thing in a completely different way. It's very difficult to explain, but I do highly recommend it. I think it's only 20 minutes long, and we are visual beings, and it really represents visually how dogs see their world. And although Simba's not a dog, they navigate through their nose also, through chemical signals, chemical cues, and therefore he will be aware of Shasha, he's aware of Mareebs, they're all aware of one another. But none of them are territorial in the area. And Chit was often said to be vacant of dominant male leopards. They've got dominant females, yes, that all use it, Sabue, Tandi, Kuchava. Even Tlalamba's been dipping her toes in, but this is not her territory. But dominant males, not so much. Who? When you look at the territories map, the Panthera maps, Chit was always vacant of dominant male leopards. Tingana used to sometimes come down here, but I mean, wasn't really often. They came down here to eat fish, I remember that. But otherwise, unless Mowachi comes here a lot more often and we just don't realize it. Bori, I've never seen it. But I guess they can, and I believe they have. Obviously, they are arboreal, which means part of their life is up in the trees. They are specialized for that. They have that advantage. So they spend a lot of their life in trees. However, I do believe that they can fall out of trees, or they're pushed out of trees by lions. That incredible sighting at Londolozi. But to me, Simba doesn't look entirely safe, secure in that position. But I've never seen it, but I do think leopards absolutely can fall out of trees, especially when they're young. When they're cubs, they will, because it's all about practice, practice, practice. Your balance skills, your jumping skills, your climbing skills. But as for adults, yes, I think they can. Simba, you look fit to burst, my friend. I don't know if he'll be around tomorrow, but it's definitely worth someone checking. Andrew can come and check. But normally when the kill gets to that stage of it being very empty and just ahead, it doesn't last much longer. That is just such a fat leopard tummy, my goodness. I'm glad to see him relaxed up the tree, so you don't... Habituation works for both the selfish need of the human, but also the animal. Think of them getting stressed or their cortisol levels increasing every time they see a car or they feel they have to flee or leave a kill. That's not what you want for an animal, because there are lots of vehicles here. That's the Sabi sense. Just is. There are lots of vehicles. They're not going anywhere. So you want an animal to be comfortable around a vehicle, be it a leopard, a lion, hyena. Triple S. X, Triple X. Was that not a wrestler's name? I used to watch that back in the day, my goodness. I'm horrified. Triple X, yes they do. Kleptoparasitism is very, very common. Lions will chase leopards up the tree, but leopards will also chase leopards up the tree. I mean, just a few weeks ago we were seeing it a lot. Kalamba stealing off her own mom. We saw that quite a few times, actually. Carrots trying to steal off Shadulu. I think Tavangumi stole from Kara last night. That happens a lot, especially in winter. Not so much in summer. Tingana used to steal from Kalamba all the time. Sometimes I felt Kalamba just hunted extra. She just had a few impalas in the pantry, just in case Daddy came along. Because she knew he was going to. All the time. And that's why it sometimes frustrates me that hyenas do get the worst reputation for it, because they all steal from one another. It's just not a case of hyenas being these terrible creatures that steal. I mean, Darkmane chased Shadula up a tree to try and steal from her just 2 days ago. Tortoise Pan has apparently been doing it a lot on Simbambili. Stealing from other leopards. Just opportunistic. Someone else has made the kill. If you can take it, why not? Look at that skyline, the dramatic skies behind them. He's breathing nice and heavy now. He's trying to sleep, rest and digest. When you've got a belly that big, what else are you going to do? Bush baby. Yes, they most likely are. I see what you mean. They look so stretched and fat. Because he is so fat right now. Big rosettes, big spots. He's just full, nice, happy tummy, which is nice to see, because winter can bring about lots of challenges, especially for leopards. It's not that the prey isn't readily available, because it is. But think of the hunting technique that leopards use, the stalking method, the ambush method. They rely on cover. Where is the cover right now? It is so barren. If the buffalo have been through, the grass is short. Okay, there are still some areas with thick bushes and long grass, but generally speaking, winter is harder for a leopard to stay hidden. And the minute an impala spots you, it's game over, right? the winter becomes challenging. They're hungrier because they're colder. They need to eat to generate heat. It's not that the prey levels change or isn't readily available. It's just harder to actually make a successful hunt. I'm going to try and see if we can sit here with Simba just a little bit longer.
So I try to take another moment to sit around here and just to also listen to the bush also, but it's no sound of the line that we were searching. Now it's getting at a time where we're going to use the spotlight, and then also we're going to be using the IR light once it's dark. So this is how we're going to operate once it's completely dark. So from here, I'm going to be searching around and know for sure they maybe want to be really mobile, these lines, wherever they are. If they're still in the property, I may maybe have a luck, come across them, find them maybe still moving along the road, because they would love roads for sure, depending on what they do. If it's not actually hunting behavior that they're on about, they maybe want to use the road very much than foraging through the bush. It's been so many of elephants I heard around this watering hole with Lauren. And then all I think was that probably if it happens, these elephants have been around here for the whole day. Maybe they have pushed these lines further away, maybe, because there's no cooperation between lions and the elephants. For sure they won't get along. But we'll carry on, you never know. We'll think we'll look for the lions and we'll find something else very interesting that happens out in this wild. Though we'll be actually focusing on a very much of a nocturnal, but those nocturnal, it's actually quite a lot of difference of them. They just can't be easy to be spotted sometimes because they're so small, some of them.
We've just repositioned. We sort of had prime spot there and I felt a little bit guilty. It's nice for everyone to get their chance to sit in the prime hot seat. We've still got a view though. We've got a zoom. So sometimes WildEarth actually just position a lot further back. You don't need to be so close as other people without a zoom camera. And sorry, I lost my train of thought there. Oh, Sutu's up. We don't have a view of Sutu right now. I was hoping for some more hyena action. Yeah. She's there somewhere. Swaz obviously gave up. Are you shy now, Simba, because we're showing your tummy? I would be the same. Look at those heavy eyelids drooping. Watching Simba's making me feel sleepy. But for now, we are going to send you guys down to Trish.
I know all about that. Watching animals and becoming sleepy. I'm watching these cormorants and I think that I'm also getting sleepy because they're all coming in to roost now on this rock. The sun is starting to set. It's just getting a tad cooler, but not too much. In the sun, it's still beautiful and warm. And these cormorants are taking advantage of that nice little bit of sunlight before they can rest up on that rock. And it's easy to identify which rocks they're using to roost because it's usually covered in their poop. But we're just going to watch for a little bit as they come through and all start to congregate on this rock. I think I see some coming through, or maybe they're going further away. Some have arrived. Or are you going to go straight past? Are you going to take... Oh, I thought there had to be like an airplane when you have to go past the city and then turn around to land. Now they do form colonies, obviously, because there's so many of them, as you can see, sitting on that rock, like me, but I don't have a colony on this rock, unfortunately. Also, my rock is not covered in poop. Good distinction between myself and the cormorant. But there's a number of them. They will exist in these colonies. They're monogamous, and you will find different colonies along the coast as you go about. They make some sound when they're within their group, but otherwise they're mostly silent when they're out at sea, and they are usually after pelagic fishes. You'll often find them actually in the stomachs of sharks, especially during the sardine run, when there's gannets and cormorants and all sorts of seabirds diving to catch fish, and then the sharks being there too. So you'll find them in the stomachs of sharks, or at least I have found them in the stomachs of sharks before. But that's not their biggest threat. Strangely, their biggest threat are domestic cats and other urban threats, essentially. Humans, habitat destruction, cats, and so living on an island like this is a great way to stay away from the domestic variety of the felines. We have a beautiful view of the setting sun with these guys. I've been relaxing on the rock a little bit for today, absorbing the sun, watching all the things go by, cormorants, the sun, the anemones, the kelp, lots and lots of beautiful things happening out here. We're going to watch the sunset in a bit though.
It's been a very chilly winter here in the southern hemisphere, but now it's starting to heat up.
The sun is rising a little earlier, which means, of course, the animals are too. From the 17th of August, the WildEarth team will be venturing out as the dawn chorus begins, as the sunrise safari will be starting half an hour earlier. Lock those times into your diary and set those alarms to make sure you don't miss out on your safari through the African bush.
Our competitors are in the room behind me right now for the birding challenge, where they have to look at pictures and identify the birds and then separately listen to bird calls and identify them. But it's not easy. This is going to be the toughest one yet. And here we have the previous year's winners. You can see they're trying to see if they can remember all the answers, and look at them taking a sneak peek.
Oh, it's going to be in trouble now. Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. Here comes a hippo in too. Go, Impala. There's a hippo coming in. I can't believe what we're seeing here. This is what we normally see in East Africa. It's all over. Hippo leaping at the crocodile now. Everything's gone underwater.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
I love being a cam op for WildEarth. The animals coming right up close to you, especially like lions. Sometimes you get nervous, but you have to go with the flow. My favorite animal to film is the elephant because of how big it is. But when it's really up close to you, it's one animal that you would say, I really respect you.
Another hyena's just rocked up on the scene. I don't know who it is, though. It's very dark for us now. We're obviously in infrared. It's a tricky one to tell. But this will be our last few moments with Semba. It's getting dark now. The sun is setting. You can hear all the birds are making the sort of last calls for the evening. I'm still here. I made it through the day. Don't take my territory. Don't think I'm gonna. I'm still here. I'm going to sleep now. Good night. There's the dawn chorus, but there's also the dusk chorus. And birds are extremely territorial, and that's their way, most birds, and that's their way of saying that. And we just think of it as this beautiful melody, this lovely sound. But actually, that's them, that's their equivalent of sawing, or roaring, or whooping. Although I don't love cloudy days, it makes for the most dramatic skies, and it's been the most incredible sunset. With our very fat leopard. Have you seen that cartoon where the leopard in the tree gets so fat like a balloon that falls out? Have you seen that, Abby?
I haven't, actually.
All the animals get fat. They blow up like balloons. And they bounce. I'm sure you have. I don't know what it's for. I can't remember. But Semba's vaguely reminding me of that. Oh, okay. We are going to say goodbye to Semba now so that other vehicles can come in, and you guys are going to go over to Grant in Phinda.
So we have found a roosting raptor that's found a nice perch in amongst some trees, and my nocturnal bird of prey identifying isn't that good, but from what I can see when I look with my binoculars, to me it looks like a Wahlberg's eagle, a tawny eagle, and that's just because it's got a yellow sear at the back of its bill. The size also is an indicator. It's quite a big bird. And yeah, when we first found it, obviously I was shining the spotlight looking for animals, and the overall color of it was quite brown. So you'll see the chest of the bird is quite a lot lighter than the wings. And so it's got a few different shades of brown on it. And have a look at how its head just is on a swivel. It's looking around, blinking, watching. It was looking up earlier, and it's been looking down. So I think it's just making sure that all's clear before it closes its eyes to sleep. And you see how it tucked one foot up there. Definitely getting ready to sleep. Resting one of its legs, and that left eye slowly closing. But a very regal and proud looking bird. So Barbara was asking me earlier on today about what it's been like changing from guiding with a vehicle full of guests and versus guiding on WildEarth. And I think I can link it to this situation where we normally would have had a light, had to be shining a light, and we would have been here for a lot shorter period of time, a much shorter period of time if I had been with guests, because we would have needed, in order to see this bird, we would have needed to shine the light, and we would have put a red filter on, of course, but eventually the bird would have had enough, or I would have said, okay guys, let's leave this bird to roost. It's wanting to sleep now, so we can't really shine the light on it. Versus now, like we've been sitting with this tawny eagle for the last 10 or so minutes, watching it fall asleep, which has just been such a privilege. So WildEarth, guiding on WildEarth gives me just a different opportunity for viewing wildlife, and a different experience where we get to spend as much time as I want to, whereas normally with a group of guests we would have to get a general sort of consensus as to when everyone wanted to leave. And I think I'm putting this bird to sleep now. So I suppose, Barbara, if that answers your question, I think they have their differences, but both have really, really good sides to them, sides that I enjoy for both.
Yeah, I think that's a wonderful answer.
So Barbara has given me a wish list for this evening, and she's only asked me for one thing. She wants to see a chameleon. So I think we've spent such a pleasant time with this tawny eagle. I think let's leave it to sleep, and Barbara and I are going to go on our search for chameleon, and let's hope. I've got to channel my inner Trishala, think like a chameleon, and in the meantime I'm going to send you across to Trishala.
Yes, in fact, I'm going to send you all of my Trishala-ness. Well, not all of it, because then I'll have none left for me. But I'm going to send you some Trishala-ness so that you can find your chameleon. My mission while I'm here, while we're in the forest and stuff, is to find a Cape Dwarf chameleon. Wouldn't that be something? Sorry, I know you were looking at the cormorants, but all I had on my mind were chameleons. Yep, we're gonna find one. I really hope so. At least I need to try a little bit harder, I think. Anyway, the sun is setting, which means we get to enjoy a few moments. There have been some nice big groups of cormorants flying through. Maybe we'll see some more groups coming through too. But definitely going to enjoy this time. Here's one coming. And no, just swinging past. I'm not sure if you see it, but there's one just sunning itself on this rock closest to us, and it's got its, or well, not closest to us, but it is on a rock. It's the closest cormorant closest to us on the rock. There we go. But it's spreading its wings out, it's drying off a little bit, getting nice and warm. Almost looks like a bat, at least from my angle. That's quite a common behavior. I mean, it's not nice to go to bed wet, so obviously they need to dry off. They've been spending time at sea, busy hunting, and now it's opening itself up to the sun to try and dry off as best as it can before it settles in for the evening. I see another group coming in.
Can you rest? Speak to Andrew.
Are you gonna land? No, they're roosting on a different rock, actually quite close to us. I can feel the light going down quite steadily and quickly. So I'm going to send you over to Andrew while I see where these cormorants are going to land.
Trish, good luck. So we still on search around here. You know, there's no sign of the lines we're looking for, we've been looking for since the beginning of the drive. So now we're going to take a big loop around. So if that happens, maybe they have moved far that we're not aware of. We may maybe still find them. It was not actually extremely hot for them not to move. The weather during the day, it was great for the cats. They can still move. Especially the tracks at the beginning, when we saw these tracks, they were on the road pretty much. So they were definitely on the move to get somewhere. So that when they crossed one of the blocks and they couldn't come out, to see no tracks coming out on the southern side. So for now, with the spotlight, we'll be shining around about anything we're going to pick up with the spotlight. Their eyes, which they reflect back to us. At night.
And live.
Sorry about that, guys. I'm sure we're going to get Djuma back, and whoever else is out, back in no time. We are looking at the seals there. They're just in the distance. The cormorants are now actually starting to move around a lot. Not on that normal block, not the normal rock that we were looking at, but the one not the normal looking at, but the one not the normal looking at, but the one thing that is. So, you know how we always say that we have this dance? We're dancing from afar this time, and it's not really working out. We're stepping on each other's feet a little bit. But I'm sure that you are looking at the seals. Yay! When we've clicked back into place. So actually, there is a stench in these parts this afternoon or this evening, and that's because I found a dead seal. Well, rather, our noses found the dead seal, and it's kind of just behind me in a little crevice. Problem is that we couldn't. One, I'm not sure if you wanted to see the dead seal. It looked like a youngster, maybe a pup born from last year's cohort. So it's there. It's wedged in some rocks, and I, of course, tried to get it out, but I couldn't. So at least I can let you know that there is one there, and it's smelly, but it's not bad. It's really not bad. But at least I got to see one up close. It wasn't very big, though. It was maybe a meet, like 1.2 meters. Not big at all. So I would say a pup from last year's cohort. Anyway, it would be nice if we could spend a longer time with these seals, or at least at a closer proximity where we can see them properly. But I'm very happy for them to be in their natural environment as they are, and for us to observe them like this, and I'm sure that you all understand too. Well, if you do get to see them up close, you will see that they have tiny little external ear bits, and that's what, I mean, along with a couple other features, distinguishes them from true seals. So these are fur seals. They're the biggest in the fur seal group. Might mess this up. Otterids, I think, is the family of fur seals. And then obviously there's other seals that do not have 2 layers of fur. So these fur seals have 2 layers of fur, one that's a downy type of coat and one that's a long guard hair type of fur, and that allows them to be in quite cool waters. Things like a leopard seal, which has been seen on the coast here very recently, probably still on the beach in Komiki. Leopard seals, elephant seals, those are not in the same family as fur seals. So, and they don't have external ear parts. That's something to think about. Then also, very quickly, they can maneuver their back fins, and they have large flippers so they can maneuver on land very well, the fur seals. Normal seals or true seals don't have that. We'll talk more about it in a bit.
It's dark, we know that, but we are just giving you last minute sort of views of the last drop of light. Looking at this very scenic marula, look how heavy the clouds are. We would normally be in infrared right now, but you can just see the last sort of scrape of the skyline, and I think it's beautiful. The clouds are so overwhelmingly dark. A little bit spooky looking, but I love skylines like this, and you can hear the buzz of night It has a completely different sound to the daytime. So as we admire the skyline, let's just sit and listen to the sounds of the night. I think it's beautiful. I know it's dark, but it just makes those clouds really stand out. And the last of that orange skyline is now disappearing. So I'm going to get my spotlight out and see what else I can find.
I think we're going to take a few moments before we chat more about the difference between true seals and our fur seals. Take a moment to watch the setting sun with our cormorant friends there, who seem to be doing the same. It's a Sunday afternoon. The weather is beautiful. It's very nice and sunny. It was almost like a summer's day earlier when we arrived here. Lots of people enjoying it. And we certainly enjoyed it too. I was even able to take off 2 tops and 1 pants from my ensemble, which usually does include several layers. So that should tell you that it is quite warm, really nice and still, not windy. The perfect evening to be enjoying the seaside. Now, as we watch the sun slipping behind the horizon there, very flat, wonderful calm conditions of the surface of the water today. As we watch that, I will prepare to show you the difference in in surface locomotion in the true seals and the adherence. Definitely not circus. No circuses here. Except the one that Chandra and I are in at the moment. There's just a tiny bit left of the sun, and it's slowly going to slink away, and before we know it, it'll be gone. And very soon, so will the lights. Let me send you over to Andrew and Djuma, who I'm quite sure is in infrared already.
So we're still on search again. We haven't actually stopped looking around. We haven't actually been lucky with finding anything that is a whole nocturnal around here. But that's always, it happens. So you do search around, maybe work even harder finding animal. And then some days they're just around everywhere. Especially cats. They can be sometimes pretty much spread around. So I'm just hoping to find anything. Kara, I mean, she was seen in Bebelsoek yesterday. So they say with also Tabangum in that area. And they were probably fighting over a carcass. So this morning was nothing. So we just hoping maybe if they still around, may get lucky also finding them. It will be really great to see a leopard on a move about in this darkness. So it's gonna be a long night for all animals, especially dark man wherever he is at the moment. And the rest of the other pride of Talamati, we haven't heard of them, so they may maybe want to wander around in during the night. May heard them maybe contact calling around night. So we're gonna carry on, search around, hope we get lucky.
As we celebrate Women's Month in South Africa, we acknowledge and thank those women committed to conservation, working tirelessly both on the front lines and behind the scenes. The Endangered Wildlife Trust is proud of the women who dedicate their lives to fighting to save species, conserve habitats, and benefit people. Here's to strong women everywhere who are dedicated to protecting forever together.
the best part about being a guide is being able to live out in Africa's wild places and being able to share that with people. Of all the challenges, for me, the one that I'm probably the most comfortable with is the game drive. I think that's what I do most days, so that would probably be what I feel like I'd do the best at. It's like someone's put little Lego blocks up there and made this perfect little sort of statue, and there's another one further along as we drive. One of the challenges I'm the most nervous about would probably be shooting. I think on the day there's always quite a bit of pressure and intimidation, always associated with it, but I guess we'll see how it goes. I hope I'll win this competition, but if I don't, it's still been an experience of a lifetime, and I've learned a lot and met a lot of really, really cool people.
Goodness, look at its wobbly legs. Oh, I don't believe it. I can't believe we've actually seen it. Oh my goodness. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Oh no. Oh, it's okay, little one. Okay.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
It's a huge privilege to be in these incredible places with these amazing animals. I love filming lions. When they do get up and do something, it's always spectacular. When they are playing, are incredibly fun to watch, especially subalterns and cubs. I love being in the bush and working in these incredible places with these amazing animals. We want to bring it to you so that you can almost feel like you're right there and be able to experience it and enjoy it the way we are.
Special, which is the explanation between true seals and fur seals. Yes, these are the type of things that are very special to me. The problem is, though, and I realized this when I first started to learn about the bush, is that oftentimes the best way to explain something to you is to show you. So here it goes. I was going to show you that, or what I'm trying to explain to you here is the difference in the way that they move between true seals and between the otterids, the fur seals, the way that they move on land. So fur seals have well-developed front flippers, really well-developed, that allow them to do this. You've seen it. You've all seen it, right? Or rather this. And their fins are split at the back, right? You can see my back. Right, like this, and that allows them, and they can also rotate their pelvis, right? So it allows them to push and move. I can't do it very well because I'm not a seal, for obvious reasons. But you get the gist. Split at the top, and lift their head up, and these fins and these flippers are still large enough to allow them to do their sealy movement, right? Now, in the case of, so the back, just as a point, the back fins are, or flippers rather, are split quite heavily, and they're also not attached to the pelvis all the way up. They're attached quite further down. Then with a leopard seal or true seals, there are smaller flippers at the top, or the modified arms, which are now flippers, are smaller, so they maneuver a little bit more clumsily on land, and their back fins are not as well developed for moving on land, and they can't rotate their pelvis, their back, they can't rotate their back fins in a way that allows them to rotate and push and rotate and push. So they kind of just move like this. Except I'm moving downwards now because it's a slope. But they don't have the type of structure that allows them to really move very well on land. They just kind of do this with their fins on the side. They don't have the ability to move, like to tuck in their pelvis and then push it out, and then tuck in the pelvis and push it out. They just kind of trying to do whatever works to get to move on land, and then what ends up happening? they end up washed up on the beach just like this. You all know it. You all know it. Or like this. That's my favorite. When they're on their belly with their heads turned to the side and a bit of a smile, eyes closed. That's my favorite. So anyway, now you're never going to forget, are you? You're never going to forget the way that fur seals move compared to the way that true seals move. I prepared that whole thing for you for a long time. But for now, I think I'm sending you back over to Lauren and Djuma, and we're going to say bye-bye from Cape Town for today.
We are on our last little search for anything nocturnal. We actually had a white-tailed mongoose dart out, but it was far too quick. But it's remarkable how big they are. Almost bat-ear fox size. Not quite, but they're bigger than you think. A lot bigger than the dwarfs, naturally. And a lot bigger than the slenders. Huge, massive bushy tails. But they're not entirely camera friendly, naturally, because they are nocturnal. But what a drive. It really has been such a good drive. An elephant sighting was just, wow. Those two bulls, I've never seen that before. I've never experienced that. I would say it was probably more of an experience and an observation. But it was really quite fantastic. I've had the most incredible sightings as Stin. Bumsabui's cubs, Tandi, Tlalamba, Maribs, all in one sighting, fighting, Shasha, Kalamba fighting, Cheetah and Chitwa, incredible elephant sightings, Talamati's hunting, seen the Inkahuma cubs, how could I forget about that? Seen Blondie and Mohawk again. Of course, Darkmane, the usual star. But it was nice to see the other boys again, the ones we don't get to see anymore. It's just all round been such a winner. I didn't get to see the princess today, but that's okay. She will be around, I'm sure, on the jam cam, no doubt. Tlalamba loves the jam cam. 90 seconds apparently to find you a nocturnal animal. Can I do it? Probably not. But we shall get up to quarantine and see if anything is lurking up there. An owl would count. I'm also going to check the trees. But as many of you know, it's Dobby and I's last drive for a while. We are going on a bit of an adventure to Asia. So please do follow us. You're welcome to follow us on Instagram and see where we go. It isn't going to be so terrestrial though. It will be underwater, which is very, very exciting. We will be back, but it will be a while. So keep following us for sure. But it has been such a joy to be with you all these past 6 weeks. Work with Tristan again, work with Andrew, and I'm definitely not going to find an animal for you. So in that regard, I am going to put my spotlight down. Thank you everyone for jumping on board. We really couldn't do it without you. You are actually what make this show, not us. Thank you for all your comments and questions. And from both Davi and I, we shall see you in the near future. Until then, good night.